And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday. A Tuesday without Stream Raider. First day without Stream Raider. Which means I need to adjust stuff on my side. I did some adjusting, but what the hell did you do? There we go. Yes. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Tuesday. Second day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule. I hope the week started well for all of you. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. Nothing to say for my week. Yesterday was nice, worked well. Biggest adjustment that I'm having to do is not having Stream Raider to punctuate my time. So, I would like to set up the algos, but until and I will switch to that every half hour or so to place units there. But realistically, until I become a captain, I will not be able to do much about it. Today being Tuesday, it is Read and Correct Day. For those of you who are new to this, these are when I read chapters from my books and correct them as I go. Because I record this, I will be muting the chat and, well, no Stream Raider battles, so not have to worry about that. So yeah, and to minimize delays, I am going to start this now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my books and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 98 of The Captain's Heart. Jeremy had let the hot water fall on him, relaxing his sore muscles. "How are you doing?" his instructor asked, and her voice brought with it the other sound of the gym's shower, the other running showers, the conversations. You know what? I don't need this. The running showers, the conversation, the presence of other Kelsarians. The programming tried to turn that into an alarm, but he'd grown too comfortable around them. Even if they were naked, like he was. "I shouldn't be this sore. You didn't even have me fight." Motion repetition is a strain when you aren't used to it. We start young. He slicked the water out of his face and faced her. "It's weird to me how even your simplest strength building exercise is based on fighting. There has to be a less violent way to do it." She kept lathering herself. But would they be as fun? The visit to the reservoir with his friend had gotten him comfortable around being around naked Calcarians. There, they'd there were those who clearly put themselves on display, but other than a handful of incidents because of his alienness, this I think needs to be true. Basically, I need to wrap this around with the programmer, what's been done to him. Visits to Rizzo with his friend before he'd been tortured had gotten him comfortable being around naked Calcarians. There had been those who clearly put themselves on display, but other than a handful of incidents, because of his alienness, there never was anything outright sexual. He was finally getting back to that level of comfort. Calcarians were serious about keeping lewdness out of places, keeping lewdness to places where it was acceptable, which he avoided. The gym showers weren't one of them. Here, the business was only washing the sweat and strain from the training. Something you need to remember, she continued after rinsing her face, is that on a scale of species, we were savages until recently. Turksamians made us full of energy with claws and teeth and hunger. We were going to use them. We were basically made to use them. Violence is at the core of who we are. I'd say you have that under control. Control doesn't remove what you control. We channel it. We train. Those of us with stronger affinity for it join organizations that let us make use of it for the good of of most people, like the hunters, or the military, or civilian security, or one of the sports. Okay, yeah, this my co-scriptor reminded me that Jeremy is actually aware of sports. Um, ta 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 ta. Jeremy stared at her. Right. I'd forgotten you guys have sports. His friends on the second station, on the second station, when gone on the second station, had gone to watch a match while he'd followed Zingyal's instruction and ended up meeting other humans. Because of that, this needs to change. She chuckled. Everyone has sports. Are you saying Earthers don't? She stared at him. That's a period. Are you saying Earthers don't? We do. I'm just not into them. My sister played football at school. I had to play baseball during my first few years, but never enjoyed it. There's at least one volleyball league on Einstein. Lucy's part of it. There are probably others, but I've never looked. Weightlifting is enough for me. We have all sorts of sports back home. Coliseum will be filled every time there's a Clorac match. Clorac? 2 teams of 9 last standing wins for theirs. Last standing. Please tell me you don't mean last one alive. Of course not. There hasn't been an accidental death during a match for at least 3 decades. Jeremy shuddered at the idea of such violence in sports. Earth history had them, but the violence had been taken out of those which still existed. Tackling in football was one thing, but the piling on hadn't been allowed well before his grandfather had played. But his trainer, as his trainer said, Calcarians had been savages until recently, which he thought made it interesting they'd attained a level of spaceflight that put them in contact with other species so much earlier than humans had. Thurk was the first to arrive, but only about a strand of fur. Xenial nearly shouldered him aside, trying to reach the table first. Might have succeeded, but Thurk had moved with the impact, then pulled the Tahalan behind him with a smirk. Xenial grinned and sat on Jeremy's other side. I better not have to send you to opposing corners, he warned them, and earned himself a puzzled expression. He decided on a leisure alley, because he hadn't wanted so many people in his quarters. And he didn't want to impose on any one of them by asking. Impose by asking one of them to host the game. And leisure alley were in part about playing games there, so they fit. Leading to this room. To fit, it just made sure to ignore the sounds coming from the few occupied benches leading to this room. Hopefully, the mix of his friends, without an atmosphere of supervision, would lead some of them letting their animosity escalate. It invited everyone, and only 2 had declined. Alex had categorically refused when Shimi explained he wanted to teach them an Earth game. The engineer had more important things to do than play games. Atarikna was busy with a project for Hunter and couldn't stop the work. Prateros was next, nuzzling someone who continued on their way. Then Leat Tergrabar. Then Jorani Joransum joined them. She got a surprise stare from Thurk. You 2 know each other? Her pack and mine worked together on a few hunts. Thurk said, I didn't know you knew other hunters. I needed help with programming something, and Atarikna said I should talk with her. And you became friends? There was suspicion in the tone. Xenia looked around Jeremy. There's someone other than me you don't like? Hunter Thurk Salminial disapprove of those of us, she said, smiling, who regale in using guile as much as brawn. You're from one of the covered up packs? Covered up packs? Covered up pack? That would be plural. Xenia asked, surprised. Investigation, she replied. He frowned and smiled. You're the one who got us the Earther movie database. Her ears folded back in embarrassment. Jeremy hadn't known she'd been the one who had. Most of their conversation had been about computers and programs. Hi? Scarif Drigoan, hesitating, His hesitating greeting caused the others to look at him, which made him uncomfortable. Scarif Durguin. Jeremy greeted him. Take a seat. This is Scarif Durguin Tomitar Drummond. He's a technician with repairs. I work on shuttle. Propulsion is my specialty. Jeremy introduced the others while Scarif Durguin took a seat, having him between Jurani Joramson and Leah Tergrobar made the softness of Scarif Durguin's body apparent. Even the psychologist was more defined. I have gathered you all to introduce you to a human game called poker. He produced a deck of cards he'd reconstructed and set the cards on the table to help him explain how the game worked. Those are the type of hands we're aiming to make. The highest value hand wins. He added the box of chips. We'll use these for the bets instead of money. Xeniel tapped the table, then scanned his bracelet. This is set up for bets. Without the game's rule programmed in, we'll have to adjust things manually, but it should work. Jeremy watched as the others scanned theirs until only he and Leah were left. I don't think Jeremy's comfortable about this. Leah Tergrobar said, she was right, but why was it? He and his friend had occasionally played for money, much more when he was at university and more stupid about some decisions. They all seemed okay with betting money, eager and even. Was it that this was the first time he had to think of money? He swiped his bracelet each time he bought something, but that had grown casual well before he officially had the job on the ship. Back when it was, he stopped that thought. He scanned his bracelet with his tablet and accessed his account. Much more money than he thought should be there. He hadn't looked into what being a technician paid, but he doubted it amounted to what was there. Much more money than he expected. He doubted it amounted to what was there, which meant he stopped that thought. Okay, but the limit is 100 kron. Once I've gone over my accounts, figured out how much I can afford to lose on a game, we can have higher bets. The others nodded. They adjusted the amounts on their displays, and Jeremy proceeded to deal the first game. When the gods were young, Scarif Drigoren intoned before the father god imposed order on them, they went to war. He motioned to the table. At the center was a stone with cupped hand on it. Truxamian's symbol. Around him were blank stone, the wall behind which he was hidden. This is the story of the last of them, the one so violent that the walls came tumbling down and forced him to bring order. He sat, and the swirl of stone that moved around stopped. Jeremy pulled 8 to him, then turned them. He had Centarina, Dragonar, Lovers, Haters, Insanity, Gelgaron, the First, and the Sea. Actually, the Fist. These should be capitalized because they're names. And the Sea. Only Denirag and the Lovers worked together. If he remembered how the stone interacted, he needed more. If you remembered how the stone interacted. He needed more if he wanted to win. How can this be the story of that war? He asked, looking over the other player's stone. Scarif Dirgoran had been the one to suggest they introduce Jeremy to Roshgara in return for him teaching them poker. Wouldn't the game end the same way each time if it was? Turek had Jelsbiziam, who was Centerina's neighbor or sister or possibly lover, but they had a connection. He also had insanity, so... I'm forgetting to capitalize some of the letters, some of the... Also had insanity, so that was 2 stone he could put to play against her. I play to gain her. That would be 3 to 2 if you could keep Denirag or the lovers. Turk Tutankhamun wasn't in play yet, but that was only the easiest way someone could claim him. There were many ways to claim the god of sex and pleasure and pleasure's attention. This is a story of the gods. Xenial said, arranging his stones, he had Selmiali, the letter. Xenialaharan, chaos. Chance. Pelteros Tafed del Garomer, for stones that went together. Turek glared and muttered under his breath about Xenial's namesake. It changes with how they change what happened. History can't be changed, Jeremy stated. Not anymore. Not once Turek Samian imposed an order to what gods could do. Before that, things fluxed. He pushed his chaos tone forward. Chaos ruled, and stories changed. Leah Terdrubar said, placing order on the board. The others added one of their stones, and Jeremy pushed Centarina forward, and the mass of stone moved around the wall. To win the war, they needed to form a string of allied stone. The stones stopped moving, and they each took one for their hand. Scarif Durigan removed a stone from the wall. When the last stone was removed, Turksamian would step up and bring it to an end. Whoever the longest string won. That concludes chapter 98 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I'll wish you a good day. Hey, Cool Imp, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I did well done this draft, 368 out of 414. Congrats. I did nearly 2K words. Very cool. Okay, that's done. Not having Stream Reader has thrown me enough of a loop that more things are getting are falling out of sequence. I'd grown fairly dependent on having that around. And what are you up to today? What's on your agenda? Work in finishing the draft. Cool. Alrighty, gonna have an advertising, a quick look at Algos, and I'll be back. Alrighty. Like right now, I can only place, but oh, I got somebody new. Okay, cool. So I will place a unit in there. This is quite literally the first iteration of the game, so it's going to be interesting. Right now, there is no cooldown, so long as units get locked per battle. We've got energy. I am unsure what that's going to be when it comes into play because it reloads. We've got alpha points. I suspect this is the currency at the moment. Not that we can do anything about it. And these are all going to reset whenever they make changes. So since we only have 4 units right now, it locks us at a maximum of 4 captains. And I will... Who is the one? Argentina. Ah, interesting. So he's doing his his battle. Right. So he's doing his battle off. Hey, okay. Cool. I will nonetheless place. Alrighty. Let's bring that down to 25. Okay. And I will start the next chapter. Actually, is this all done? Yes, this is all done. So I can put that here. Alrighty. And I will start on another chapter by confirming the microphone is on. Actually, this is too bad. Turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 99 of The Captain's Heart. Gregor uncrossed his legs, leaning back in the seat while the pack worked around him. The calibration for the recording equipment as well as the comm had been done before he'd arrived in the room. In the room Zerfiel had prepared for the interview. She and her pack had their own feed and would study the Earther interviewing him for any indication of duplicity. They'd gone over everything in the files about Earther body language. He didn't ask where they'd gotten them. Those the Bane had held had been removed while they were at Turuxamian's reach. He also didn't argue about her looking at the others involved with suspicion. She and Tom were right that he didn't have the most experience dealing with a kind of duplicity that wasn't a direct attack aimed at him. Remember, Tom said, you don't have to answer anything. If they cross a line, you give your beta the signal and this ends. Tom, I appreciate you looking out for me, but I'm not a cub. I heard your warning the first time you gave it. I trust Zerfiel to see and hear what's important and act in the best interest of the Bane. Of course, of the ship. It's Frontier. You better be looking out for him first. I am, pilot. Now, this is a title. Now, unless you intend to be part of the interview, you need to move. We're coming up on the agreed upon time. Tom stepped away and the lights dimmed. We're being contacted, Zerfiel said. The acknowledgement signal has been recognized. I'm sealing sounds out of the recording zone now. All sound of the hunters and Tom, as well as the background sounds of the ship functioning, went away. Before the oddness of it sunk in, an Earther female sat across from him, looking startled. Oh, hi, she said. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting a holographic projection for this. She looked to the side. Tom, can we adjust? With him sitting like that, I don't know if he'll be clear. Clear enough, she smacked him. I'm sorry, we were expecting you in a more formal setting. He didn't know how to answer that. He'd wanted to be comfortable since he didn't know how long this would take. Tommy the Earther fuzzed into the projection. I guess we should have discussed the setting. He squeezed her shoulder. A few seconds and we'll have the camera moved. And as a reminder, the captain can refuse to answer any questions, so stick to those that matter. She chuckled. Are there any on the list that came up that don't matter? Just don't get sidetracked, Jules. From what the Earther movies had shown him, the touch, more than the short names indicated an effective connection. Tommy the Earther fuzzed out of the projection. We're just about ready, Captain. I'll start with introduction and a message to our audience, then I'll ask the first question. Is there anything you'd like to tell me before we start? If you'll address me by name, use the entirety of it, please. I'll forego the use of my rank, but I insist on the entirety of my name. He thought about it for a while. He'd thought about it for a while and couldn't get himself to be comfortable with them using a short version. The shortening a name signifies a closer relationship, correct? She chuckled at his surprise. I did some research when Tom assigned me the interview. How to address a Calcarian is among nearly all the documents the Federation has regarding your species. She looked to the side and forward again. We're ready if you are. I am. She looked over him. Welcome, everyone, to this special broadcast. I'm Julianne, and as we've teased, this interview is with someone special, someone who many of you consider important and whose situation I know you've kept appraised of. But before I start with that, I have a message to all the wanderers out there listening in, or when we rebroadcast this. Remember that you are not alone. We at Spreading Branch are here for all of you. So reach out. Let us know let us know how you are. Let us know you are okay, or share information with us that you think we might want to know, and we might have something to share with you in return. There are many out there who want to know you're well. So remember, Spreading Branch is here, no matter where its leaves fall. She looked at him and smiled. And now, let me introduce to you our special guest. He is a captain and an alpha, as has many investigations under his belt, and is well regarded by the Federation enough that they sent him to investigate suspicious activity outside its border, Chibim, and return with more than the answers to the Federation's question. You've probably worked out who he is already, but let me introduce Alpha Captain Gralgaran Sel El Ravnir. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us. It's my pleasure. I have to say I'm impressed you pronounced my name. Few Earthers have managed it. She chuckled. Your language is certainly difficult to pronounce, so I apologize if I mispronounced it. I hope you don't mind if I refer to you as Alpha Captain going forward and save my vocal cords. In that case, I prefer you only use Captain. Using my hunter rank without my name has connotations that could be problematic in this situation. All right, Captain. I'll add that to the non-vital question to get to if we have time. By now, the story of you and your heart is well known among our audience, but I need to know, why him? He's my heart. But why did you pick him to be your heart? He shook his head. I didn't pick him. The gods gave him my heart. When I saw him, I knew. Are there others among your people who have a heart with an alien? Not as far as I know. Then how could you know? How did you convince him he was your heart? I didn't. He took a breath and glanced at the signal light. It was still blue, so no matter how pointed the question was, Zorfiel and your pack weren't detecting deviousness. Deviousness. I don't know if I can explain it in a way you and your audience will understand. You don't have gods, which means you don't have the connection we share with ours. I didn't have to convince Jeremy of anything. Once he overcame what his people did to him, he recognized me. I saw it in his eyes and he saw it in mine. And it was that easy? Gaze into each other's eyes and you were in love? He chuckled. Yeah, you misunderstand what him being my heart means. He is part of me. I'm part of him. But to love each other meant we had to get to know each other. Being each other's heart simplifies the situation because we know that no matter what, the other will be there for us. But love isn't a sure thing. I don't think it ever is. And you love him. And you love him with all my being. And he loves you when his mind isn't being abused, yes. Since you brought up the heart, maybe you can explain what it is. Again, I'm not sure I can. Turuxamian gave us our heart when he made us. Just Biliam screwed with that by switching them around so that to feel complete, we'd have to hunt for it. The heart is what is that completeness we feel when we are fortunate enough to find ours. I've looked through Federation documents in preparation for this interview and came across many adjudications involving your species that were resolved by claiming the law of hearts. I expect it refers to that same heart you explained. It seems odd that your species is according such legal latitude simply because you believe in gods. You realize that the fact that you don't have gods makes you unique among the species we've encountered. We all have some laws around what the gods asks of us. To do otherwise is to ask each of us to act in ways that isn't part of who we are. Can you give me examples of laws for other species that involve their gods? He laughed. You'll want to speak to the educators. The educators, that's going to be plural, about that. I stay away from those subjects as much as possible. All right, returning to you and Jeremy. He tried not to flinch. Jeremy Bradshaw. What's it like living with him, with someone of a different species? He smiled. Exciting, sometimes scary. We are different in ways that go beyond how we look, and it's caused some situations, but we adapted. Can you give me an example? The one that came to mind, he shoved back down. Temperatures. With my fur, I have a wider tolerance range. My apartment was set to ship standard, and once we became intimate and he didn't feel the need to wear clothing with me, he realized it's cooler than he's comfortable with. What did you do? I raised the temperature. As I said, my fur gives me a wider range of tolerance, so warming our apartment doesn't bother me. How does Jeremy feel about... No. I'm sorry? I won't speak for him. Then I'd like to ask him about the situation directly. The signal lights shifted to the warning of green. I think... I'll deal with that later. a warning of green, but he thought she was simply curious. Be in her. He'd be, he would be. He would be in her situation. Once he's overcome what was done to him, if he agrees to it, we can arrange another interview and you can ask him your question. Until then, I'd appreciate it if you kept them to me or my side of our relationship. Then, can you tell me about his social life? He's the only human on the Kelsian ship. That can't be easy on him. He chuckled. His friends getting him to stop working and having a social life is what was difficult. So he has friends. Yes. Yours? No, he has his own friends. I've met some of them and he's met some of mine, but we don't share many. We don't share any. Isn't that odd? We're different people. I think it's natural we don't share friends. Most of my friends are hunters. Most of his are technicians. Neither of us are entirely comfortable among the other's group, as what was done to him impacted his social life. The light turned green again, and he had to consider her motives. He'd told her he wouldn't speak for Jeremy, but there were things he could mention since he'd been told about them. They've helped him a lot. I'm the primary target of the programming that was forcefully inserted in his mind, but because of who I am, what I represent, some of that spilled over to all Kelsarian. He couldn't stand any of them for long initially. And couldn't tolerate them touching him. But he has fought through the programming and he has returned to work with them. He's also socializing with them and he told me about about a new friend he made recently. Told you? I was under the impression that only thinking about you caused him panic. We exchanged messages via text. He doesn't think of me as me, but only as another of his friends. Then he really is making progress. I'm glad. If you don't mind, I'd like to return to the subject of the heart. I have difficulties wrapping my mind around the idea that someone can just go up to another and say, "You're my heart," and there's little they can do about it. Unless you have tests to prove that the person really is the other's heart. He rubbed the bridge of his muzzle. Maybe it was because they didn't have gods, but he'd observed through Jeremy that Earthers seem to need seem seem to have a need for evidence of something before accepting it. There are no tests because there are no need for them. If I told you you're my heart, you'd know it's false because you wouldn't recognize me. Are you telling me no one's fallen in love so madly with someone who didn't feel the same and they and they didn't try to convince them they were meant to be together? I'm not saying that. Love will make people act strangely, but the heart isn't love. It's completeness. And the only way I could convince you that you are my heart while you don't recognize me would be for everyone around you to have, from the moment you were born, taught you things that go against Taruxamian's wishes for us. And if there is such a group, I'd better never find out. So everyone has a heart. Every Kelsarian. He hesitated. Possibly other species, possibly uh, some of other species. Because of what just Biliam did, we won't know unless it happens again. What happens when one of those hearts dies before they find each other? Is the one left behind doomed to be miserable for the rest of their lives? This was a concept she didn't know anything about, he reminded himself. He was sure there had been Federation researcher who'd ask questions, but he had no idea how anyone would go about properly explaining the heart to someone who didn't have one. But he had to try. We aren't promised our heart, he started slowly. Taruxamian wants us to be complete, but he never promised it. He is the Father God. If he'd wanted to, he could have undone what she did. So while he didn't plan for it, he saw something in just Biliam's action that helped us. Maybe he realized that she was right, that being complete without having to hunt for it would have made us a people who didn't strive. I don't know the God's mind. Yeah, mind. of the gods. I don't know the mind of the gods. What we have been promised is that if we hunt, if we find our heart, and that if we hunt, we might find our heart, and that if we find our heart, we will be complete. And that's when we are, and that when we are complete, we will have to continue to work at living. Finding our heart isn't the end of the hunt. We chuckled. In a way, it's the start of a new one. She was quiet for a few seconds, then glanced aside. Tom's letting me know we're about to reach the end of our time, so I'd like to ask you a final question. It's not on the list, so he's going to be pissed. I think he'll be angry at you, so not me, so you can ask it. Have you always been attracted to aliens? He stared. Then he laughed. I never thought about other species sexually or romantically before. So you're only attracted to humans outside your species? He shook his head. I'm not attracted to your species. Jeremy isn't an earther, he's my heart. That's all that matters to me. She looked thoughtful, then nodded. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us, Captain. I'm certain our audience will have enjoyed this and that they will have questions for you if we do this again. She looked over him. And remember, all the wanderers out there, the spreading branch is always there for you, no matter where you are. I'm Julianne, and I will see you later. Inappropriate, Tommy the Earther said, fuzzing into the projector. I told you to stick to the questions we had. He turned to face him. I'm sorry about that. Your attractions are none of our business. It's all right. I didn't mind it. When will you know? Tommy the Earther shrugged. I don't know. It might never. I might never. It's up to him to decide if he wants to contact me, and if he does, what it will be about. But I will let you know. He nodded, and they vanished. The opening and closing are definitely the message, Sophia said, although I'm not sure how the code's built. The contact the Wanderers they're referring to, and we want to hear from you has to be for them to call, but beyond that, no idea how it would work. Does it need anything else? Tom asked. The contact calls and they explain things and he decides what he wants to do. Except he said the contact doesn't talk, he listens, then sends information. If they want to open a communication to explain things, they have to let him know that. Graz, who was interviewed, he talked about his heart, about what was done to him. If he's supposed to have idea, if he's supposed to have ideas, this is Tom. Ideas about about that technology, isn't that going to be enough? Zophiel shrugged. Different species, different ways of thinking. As some of our questions made obvious, we'll go over everything and see if we learn more. Gergran stood. All right, thank you. Hunters, you performed well. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate your help. His friend smiled. You know, I'm always there for you. I know. Have a good day. I need to head to bed. He caught the faltering of Tom's smile before turning and exiting the room. And that concludes chapter 99 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. Oh. Cold, cold, cold. Okay, that's fine. Alrighty, we're going to have a quick advertising. Take a look at Algos, and I'll be back. Alrighty, and going to claim our rewards right now. Again, that figured this is the money stats. This is where we're going to get our stats for the and this is part of what's meant by losing everything. So only 2 of them. So I'm going to put 2 units each. And right now, like, the selection is kind of fast walk, slight knockback, decent HP, moves fast. I have no doubt that once as the game advances, we won't be sent back to the first screen all the time. The blue zone is determined by the captain. Um, One of the setting that they want to have is be able to set the game. I mean, it may already be like that. I'm not a captain, so I don't have access to those screens. They want to set the game so that you can enforce placement or leave it open. I believe JM leaves it open, which means that we don't have to place in the highlighted zone. That's simply the zone they would like to have. For those who played Stream Raider, this zone would be the equivalent of reviving an area. I suspect that it's going to take a while for the psychological aspect to diminish, because a zone very much feels like this is where things need to happen. Did I put two units in there? Did I put any units in there? Yeah, I did put my 2 units. Okay, good. I will finalize the stuff I need to do here. Da, 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 da. Hey. I will be right back. Alrighty. So that is done, correct? Yep. And I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 100 of The Captain's Heart. Trainer Brelendriano Caro Tirek Fram came at him with quick strikes, and this time Jeremy blocked enough of them to get an opening as she stepped back and tried to take advantage of that gap when she regained her breath. He realized she'd planned it this way and so wasn't winded yet, but he had her on the defensive and pushed hard until she ran. Okay, this so she wasn't winded. Let's turn that into its own phrase. But he had her on the defensive and pushed hard until she ran out of endurance and miscalculated. She turned at the last moment, so his punch struck her side instead of her stomach, but it was finally contact. Good, she said, panting heavily. I shall make a warrior of you yet. I don't. He cut the protest off. It was a waste of his breath. He might not be winded, but he shouldn't waste it on someone who didn't care what he thought. She'd agreed to teach him how to fight, and his desire to be part of this wasn't relevant. And he was learning. Landing the hit proved that over a month and of 2 hours every other day had to amount to something. While she might not go at him as hard as she could, he quickly realized she wasn't going to give him any victories. He didn't know if she even knew how to let someone else win. She straightened. Along with getting tired faster than him, Calcerians cut their breath quicker. It was fun when he stopped that thought before the programming noticed it. She raised her fist and smiled. Beta, a man said at the edge of the fighting mat. I was told to bring you this. He held a pair of gloves. She looked them over and offered them to Jeremy. Reluctantly, he took them. You can't expect me to fight with those. She tilted an ear. I expect you to always fight with the best tools you have access to. I'm wearing a thin shirt and pants. I'm drawing the line at getting bloody to learn how to fight. We aren't switching to clawed fighting now. This is to make sure they fit. Then we'll go over how you extend and retract the claws. We'll get back to your closed hand training after that, and you will wear them daily afterward. You expect me to wear this daily, every day? Unless you are willing to have your fingers altered to be clawed, you have to. You need to be able to Change him. She wanted to change him, turn him into one of them, make him wrong. Stop. The casing, the casing is, it'll make you like what he wants, his toy, his thing to defile. He fought to retake control of his breathing as the world spun and darkened. The sounds were muffled, the form fuzzy. What? His tongue had the weight of a neutron star. Something was pressed to his lip, then cool liquid flowed over his tongue, and its weight diminished. Looks like someone forgot how to breathe. The man holding a glass of water to his lips said, something amused. The form came into focus, head, ears, muzzle, teeth. He preemptively took control of his breathing. Don't pass out again. Don't go passing out again. He shook his head and mentally built an antimatter containment chamber in time to his breathing and pushed the demand from the programming down. Then he let out a shuddering breath. Can you tell me what happened? The cream-colored medic asked. The sounds were that of people caring for others, questions answered. Panic attack, a bad one, I'd say. You had several people worried, all the way up to, don't tell me, I'm kind of hanging by a thread right now. The tip of the hair was quizzical. You don't know about me? I know who you are, how you joined the crew. How about the way I was tortured by humans? The shock of on his face was answer enough. How did anyone on the ship not know about? Did you join when we were at Kelser? He nodded. Then just stick to the medical stuff for now. You can ask the doctor and they'll fill you in on the details. The nod was tentative, with a look toward the closed door at the back of the room. The expression had settled back into something professional when the medic looked at him again. Medically, now that you're conscious and your breathing has settled, the rest of your vitals are within the normal for the species according to the system. Does that mean I can go? The medic looked his tablet over, then nodded. Take it easy for the next few days. If you need to take your work shift off, contact us and we'll let your leader know the medical reasons. Yeah, I need a better term than leader. He nodded. He knew better than to say it wouldn't be needed. The medic wouldn't care, and Jeremy had no way to know if he'd have a relapse. When he had an attack this strong, it left him vulnerable to more. Thank you. Are those who express concern outside? Another check of the tablet. No, the hall doesn't have anyone waiting there. Jeremy chuckled. Right, no waiting room. The Kelsians didn't wait on the injured, or at least not outside as a group. If the injuries were grave, they were allowed in to keep the patient company. Otherwise, they went on with their day, trusting the medics to do their job. He was steady on his feet, so headed out. He put the earpiece in and contacted Alexania Karan Debaran. Jeremy Bradshaw, how are you? I'm good. Leaving medical and heading to my quarters. Just want to let you know I don't expect to miss work. Good. If things change, let me know. Jeremy contacted Turek next, then Perteros, and continued down his friends list, ending with Leah Tegrobar. How are you doing, Jeremy Bradshaw? Are you busy? I could use the psychologist's assistance. Can you come to my office? Yeah, I can manage that. It's been a long time since it hit that hard. Yep, apologies. I did not hit the button properly. And why do you think it had such an impact? He looked at his hands. She suggested I get claws. Not that I do it, but that it was a possibility. Like if I wanted to be like you, it could be done. And do you? No. The protest strength caught him by surprise. She didn't react. I'm okay with being who I am. I don't hate myself because humans did that to me. Can you envision a situation where you'd want to divorce yourself from them in some way? The idea was so ridiculous, he chuckled. Considering they put this thing in my head and I don't hate them enough to want to cut myself off entirely from them, I can't think of what they could do that would. She nodded. How did its resurgence make you feel? It scared me to the point I lost consciousness. I couldn't even get myself to breathe or think through the noise it was throwing at me. And now, is it loud? No, but I know from experience I'll have to be careful how I think for a while. Like how it like now that it's had a taste again, it's just waiting to pounce. Do you want to stop your training with beta Berlandrino car carotiric frem? He chuckled. I didn't know she was a beta until the person with the gloves called her that. Didn't she introduce herself? She didn't use the title when she asked that I meet her. It's probably good. I don't know if I've been able to go knowing what was in store. And if she told me she was a beta or a trainer, it would have been enough to work out what workout I was in for more than I could take. So you want to stop training? Yes, but fuck if she isn't right. He looked up from his hands. I said I can't imagine what they do to make me hate them so much I'd want to cut myself off, but you can be sure they're thinking about it right now. They? Of course she knew who he meant. She was a mentalist. You know that anything you tell me in this office will not be divulged to anyone else, unless you think it pose poses a threat to others. She nodded her head. Isn't that how it goes? That anything I tell you is confidential unless you judge it poses a threat to others? That threat would have to injure most of the people on the ship for me to divulge the detail of what you tell me if you don't want it revealed. What if I tell you that I'm planning to kill someone? Thurrock, for example. She chuckled, leaving aside that he's a hunter. I would seek to reason with you, get you to explain to me why, and in the process show that there are better ways. What if you can't convince me? Then I would arrange for you to be watched, for them to be ready to intervene if you were to act. You'd tell the captain. She shook her head. I don't answer to him when it comes to the health of my patient. I have the authority to contact a beta and have their pack act for me. And you would tell them why? I've shown my judgment. I've shown that my judgment when I require assistance is sound. It's happened before? This is a large ship, Jeremy Bradshaw. Conflicts are inevitable, and we, as a species, are combative, so they can escalate. He nodded. Bottom line, he either trusted her or he didn't. His name is Omar Sawan. He was my doctor on Einstein. I thought he was my friend. He's the one who tortured me with that machine. And that concludes chapter 100 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to support me, I know, listen to these live. It's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty, that is done. I'm realizing I need to adjust something here because of that. If I don't move it to the next one, it always opens the entire thing. Alrighty. We will have an advertising look into algos, and I'll be right back. Alrighty. Let's see what we get. 4 alpha points, return, and lose the two battle. I don't know. Oh hey, traders on. It's a day trader gamer. One of the plan that I'm aware that they have for the game is to allow people with multiple accounts. Because something that happened with StreamRaider is that a lot of people built alts, basically multiple accounts, just to play StreamRaider. And all right, well then we'll just do 2 of them. Oh, really? You guys aren't seeing this properly. Oh, that sucks. Why is this not done? Come back here. Oh, I know why. I wish somebody had told me. I would have fixed that before. There we go. That's the full screen. So yeah, they want to. Wait, what? Okay, let's cancel that. Huh. I wonder why that didn't want to go. So yeah, they want to set it up so that we'll be able to tab between accounts, or I believe between viewer and leader accounts. So yeah. Alrighty. And I will start another read and correct. Let's grab the correct. Alrighty, I forgot to turn on the desktop audio. By confirming the microphone is on, desktop audio is off. Confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty. the tiger supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 51 of Stepping Wild. Charlie staggered into Tibbs under the strength of the wind as they exited the tavern. He let the impact throw him to the ground and accepted the fighter's hand. He looked to the graying sky as he stood. Charlie grinned as he looked up. "Told you we were due for a storm," he said over the howling wind. Tibbs had hoped for more warning. "Get Uzuma and what we need. I'll meet you at the merchant's." He ran off. As soon as bodies hid him from the fighter, Tibbs turned into an alley and leaped for the roofs. No longer having to act like the wind hindered him, he ran into it to his destination. The skies turned so dark as the rain started that those who needed light to see could think it was full night. The wind increased to the point Tibbs sensed people sent to the ground with each burst, or sticking to walls in hope of remaining standing. What he sensed of inside the buildings was frenzy. Shuttering of windows, barring of doors. The target shop had the people rushing to the back of the warehouse by which they exited. The doors were already barred and the windows locked and shuttered. By the time Charlie became visible, pushing through the wind, using the building for support, Tibbs sensed no one in the building. He ran well behind the fighter before dropping to the ground, then followed him, acting like the wind was an impediment. Uzuma. Uzoma huddled in the mouth of the alley closest was who noticed him. "What took you so long?" He yelled over the wind and rain, startling Charlie. He'd walked past him. "Got turned around. Don't know the city the way you two do. Like the two of you." "You're in time," Charlie yelled. "I checked the shop's door. It's barricaded. That means there's no one inside." "Only if the other doors are also barred," the archer replied. "We need to check." I'll take the door holding room," Tibbs yelled. "You two check the doors on this side and take position after that." "Really want to waste us as guard in this weather?" Charlie asked. There's no one out here." "I won't be able to see anything from the roofs," Uzoma added. "Will be more useful going in with you. We aren't getting overconfident just because the weather's in our favor. If being lookout isn't going to work, stick with Charlie and watch for anyone approaching from the street." "What about the supply door opening onto the caravan ground?" Charlie asked. He sensed it was barred. "Unless you can get to the gate, convince them to let you out in this weather and be back before I've confirmed." I can safely go in. We're going to have to hope they keep it barred unless they're receiving goods." He took the pack from the fighter, then ran out of the alley. He kept to the wall in case people he sensed by the shuttered windows could make him out, and might wonder how he moved with such ease. Then he was on the roof and crossing the building to the other side. He waited until he sensed the two of them return and moved to the corner of the building, looking in on this alley before dropping. If they made him out, they'd see him starting to work after checking the side of the building. He unhooked the metal bar attached to the oiled pack and used it to pry the wooden beams off, using essence to pull the nails. Then he placed his pick in the lock and used essence to pick it. He fought against the wind to open the door, then was inside, letting it slam behind him. The water puddle that entered with him stretched 6 paces already. He lit the lamp and walked along the stored bolts, reading the cards, naming who had bought them, looking for the name Cinta had used to place the order days before. He'd learned early on that not needing light to see didn't mean he couldn't make out small details, such as the letters on the thick paper attached to each section of the heavy shelf. Then, when the ink was wet, he could sense that, and the quill left an indentation in the paper, but that was too faint to be able to tell from essence. And while he'd known someone who could read indentation by touch, Tibbs wasn't able to. Tibbs couldn't. The storm was well timed as for that as well. She'd warned him that the merchant was growing impatient for the delay in picking up the order. He found the bolts set aside for the tailor Cinta claimed to represent at the back of the room. He set the lamp on the opposite table and took the first of the oiled cloth out of the pack. He placed the wrapped bolt by the door, the first of four, and he put his shoulder to the door. He realized the problem he thought he'd have, since the signal they'd planned for wouldn't be heard over the wind, was resolving itself by Charlie approaching the door. He waited until he was next to it before pushing it. Fighting the wind until the hand grabbed it. He backed away, slipping in the water, and glared at the fighter. "Don't scare me like that!" Tibbs stood. "You're supposed to stay there. You were supposed to stay there until I signaled." Charlie fought to keep hold of the door. "I figured I wasn't going to hear anything. Uzoma's keeping watch." "This is the first bolt. Make sure the door's closed." "Why? You're going to cause the roof to fall in, aren't you?" A burst of the wind made it past them, and the lamp went out. "Because I can't work in the dark." "Well, every time I fight with it, the wind might win and rip the door off its hinges." Charlie had a point. The plan had been for each bolt to be taken to the alley in turn, then the lot carried to Hearn's. Go get Uzoma. I'll bring the 4 bolts by the door, then you can take them to Ern's while I finish the rest." He lit the lamp as soon as the door was closed and returned to wrapping the other bolts. He was tying the cloth over the last bolt when the door leading to the warehouse opened. "I told you I saw light under the door," a woman said. "One of them left a lamp burning in this storm. One badly shuttered window, and it tips over to burn." She stared at him, who'd been too stunned by her arrival to consider hiding himself or what he'd been doing. Now that he was aware of her, he sensed 4 more a few paces behind. How had he missed her approach? "Thief!" she let out, prompting him to move, but it was too late. The others rushed the door. He punched her unconscious, then slammed the door shut on the one stepping through, adding essence to the wood to ensure they'd be sent back. He extinguished the lamp, the lamp pulled the door open, and quickly they were all unconscious. Abyss, this was bad. The only good thing was that Charlie and Uzuma weren't at the door yet. By their wet clothing, they were people who worked. There were people who worked in the warehouse. Beyond not having noticed them, he couldn't work out what they were doing here. By what kind of unfinished work could cause them to return during this storm? He sensed for the other 2, and they were, mercifully, still fighting the storm. He had time to figure out what to do about them. Even if she couldn't have seen enough of him to identify Tibbs, their plan counted on the missing bolt being blamed on the weather weather-caused damage. She could reveal this for the theft it was. For the theft it is. Theft it was. He doubted a merchant who dealt with item of value would dismiss her claim just because she was a common worker, especially with others to support her. Once they woke up, could he buy their silence? Only that put him at their mercy, demanding ever more coins or revealing the truth. He couldn't just leave. So that would become untenable in time. And he couldn't just leave the city. So that would become untenable in time and take away what he needed to gain access to the university. Curse. What was he supposed to do? Kill them? Bile rose and he swallowed it, forced himself to breathe. First, he needed to deal with the approaching Charlie and Uzuma. The fighter would have no problem killing if he saw them when he opened the door. Tibbs pulled her in the warehouse, closed the door, lit the lamp, and finished with the bolt. He was almost at the door with it when it opened and the wind and water stormed in. Is everything okay? Uzuma asked. I thought you'd be done with how hard the wind made it on us. One of the bolt was stuck. He passed the archer the bolt he held while Charlie tied the other three together. You two go deliver them, he said when the fighter had his bundle over his shoulder. I'll meet up with you at the tavern when I'm done. I thought we were stashing them in the alley until you were done, the archer said. We can still wait. No, Tip snapped. With this storm, the oil might get washed off the cloth. Get those to Hearns so as quickly as you can. He put his shoulder to the door and pushed, then fought with the wind to keep it from flying out of his grasp. Move! Within steps, they'd be unable to see or hear anything, and Tips closed the door. He rested his head on it, sensing them struggle to move. He banged his head on it. Banged his head. Why? Why did they have to be here? Why did they have to come close enough to notice the lamp's light? Why had he even bothered lighting it again? He hadn't needed it to tie the bundle. It had only been to maintain the illusion he needed it. Fuck! He didn't have the time to waste dealing with this. He had 2 other shops to rob under the cover of the storm. He weakened the wooden beam supporting the roof, then filled the room with water. The ceiling fell in the water as he stepped to the warehouse. Slamming that door closed didn't give him the satisfaction he sought. He released the water, hardening the walls to the warehouse and weakening those to the outside. The rushing sound as it destroyed the wall and spilled the room's content into the street brought him the satisfaction the slamming door hadn't. He contemplated the unconscious people. The most expedient solution and simplest was to kill them. He'd make it quick, bleed them out while they were unconscious, then purity would remove any evidence. His hand shook before it reached his knife. His stomach rebelled and he threw up against the wall. He'd only attempted to kill in cold blood once. It felt justified, and anger had helped him carry through with the attempt. He'd believed the man had given the orders that led to so many of his friends and the people in this town dying. The 5 at his feet had done nothing to him or anyone, only showed up at the worst time he could imagine. This was why people believed in luck. Could cause Tibbs to believe it if he didn't know better. It was just randomness combined with his lack of attention. Had he been too focused on the job, too confident in the storm keeping everyone away? This was the price of his lapse. 5 witnesses. 5 people who could undo his work. At the very least, get the master looking into this and who might have been involved. He had to protect his team no matter the cost. He took the knife out and dropped next to the woman. This was for the team, he reminded himself. They couldn't leave the city to avoid the master's retribution, and for something like this and the inability to punish Tibbs, the master wouldn't be kind to the rest of them. Wouldn't be kind to them. He wasn't losing anyone ever again. His hand shook so hard as he brought the knife closer to her neck, he was afraid he'd cut her, but he couldn't risk his team's safety just because they weren't bad people. Or maybe they were. It wasn't like he knew. Maybe doing this would also save countless. Okay, yeah, this was my attempt at playing with this with Tibbs' subconscious, having having him use essence without intending to. He threw the knife away and stared at it. Was he a coward for not being able to go through with this? But if he had to tell himself they were people who deserved to be killed in cold blood, then he shouldn't do it. He stood and grabbed the knife, returning it to its sheath. This meant that along with everything else he had to do, he'd need to ensure this didn't fall back on his team. He doubted the master would take long to enact his retribution. As soon as they woke up, they'd run out of the warehouse and tell the guards, and one of them would work for the master who he looked at the door leading to the water-destroyed room, then warehouse. What if they didn't wake up here? Tibbs had had time of confusion after blows to the head, back before protecting it had become a reflex that had left him unsure of events around that time. Strong alcohol could do the same, but he didn't know how to have them believe they drank so much as to forget what they'd done. Using corruption to create that effect was too dangerous. He didn't know if having them wake up elsewhere would be enough, but he could stomach that uncertainty. If it wasn't, he was simply in the same situation he found himself now. And okay, what do you not like about this? And that was also something he could stomach. He used discs of water to carry them through the storm and snuck them onto a tavern's room, and then paid for it. He added tankard and glasses of alcohol to help with the story they could tell themselves, then continued with the next jobs. He had valuable gems, clay, and wood to acquire before the storm let out. Oh, right, that's the one that I'm realizing I made a mistake in a subsequent chapter. And this concludes chapter 51 of Stepping Wild. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, no, if you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story, where we're, I think, well above a dozen chapters ahead at the moment. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And I will be right back. an added step. Alrighty. We're gonna have a quick advertising. I'll look at algos and I'll be back. Alrighty. Oh, more people. Let's see about putting one unit in everyone's Bible. Not interesting. I can place outside of it, not in it. Oh, I'm not turning in, so the trader will get a second unit. Alrighty. Actually, Alpha Point might be the equivalent of the epic potions. That might be what they're about. All right. So this is done. Wait, what? How is this 50? So this is 51. All right. Now that's done, I hope. And start this. Alrighty. By confirming microphone is on, turning off. Desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting to record. I'm hydrating. Now I'm starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Wait, what? Yeah, on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 52 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs looked into the theater through the open high shutters, keeping the rain from going in. He tried to see and sense anyone out of place, but he didn't know the people who were part of the theater well enough. Neither Charlie nor Uzuma had been at the tavern they'd agreed to meet at, which had to mean something had gone wrong. If they'd been captured, those who had done that now knew about the theater. A look only told them people on the stage were acting out something, the many lights ensuring they were visible, not if they were doing it the way the actors would. There were people seated at the bottom benches, but too few to be an audience, but the weather could account for that. Looking at the back of their heads from the top told him little, and he didn't sense any weapon on them, so he closed the shutter behind him and fell to the ground. He sensed people in Ern's workshop, 5 of them. Maybe Charlie and Uzuma had been delayed there? Or maybe those who had captured them were waiting for the rest of the team to show up. There was only one person in Ismail's workshop. While they both knew Tibbs and Cinta would play noble, neither Charlie nor Uzuma knew where they'd get the gems. She was the best place to start, and watching her react to the delivery would clue him in if anything was going on in the theater. He kept to the wall, wrapped in a darkness etching. No one of the theater had an element. The door to the hall was in near total darkness, so he entered it without drawing attention. The rooms leading to the workshop were empty of people. They'd be all the essence he sensed moving around the back, side, and rafters, doing what they did so the play could proceed, or being forced to. There were people standing around among them. They didn't have weapons, but would they feel the need for them? would they need a would they feel a need for them just to compel actors? He reaches Mahal's door and raised his hand to knock, noticing his dry sleeve. He drenched himself and had the time to remember something she'd said. He entered without knocking. She sat. She was seated. She sat at her table, as with every other of his visit. This time she was painting a wooden sword's pommel. The blade already looked as if it was metal. The guard would be silver, and the handle she was painting leather brown with paler cords wrapped over it in a crisscross pattern. He'd seen the design before, but couldn't remember where. He stepped to the table and waited for her to acknowledge him, which she did by glancing up and returning to her work. She stared at the heavy oiled bag he put on the table. That's bigger than I expected. He shrugged. The storm gave me an opportunity. There should be enough in there to make the jewelry for her clothing, as well as everything you need for the crest. She looked in and hurried to close the bag. There's a king's ransom in gems in there. No one's going to notice they're gone. While he'd been careful with the damage he caused to the specialty artisan shop, so as little got damaged by the water that made it through the storm damaged roof and into the storage area as he could, he hadn't felt inclined to be so generous with the jewelry shops. He'd seen the people who shop there, all merchants who owned them. He doubted they were noble, but they had the behavior down. With 3 shops selling them side by side, he decided it made more sense for the storm's damage to be more widespread. It had let him pilfer more of them, and the rest would be found in the street's mud when the storm ended. You can cut the rest small enough and sell them and help the theater. You can keep most of that. All I need is some of the platinum wire along with the gold and silver one. For your crest, the clay and wood. The other way made it sound like she only needed the clay and the wood for the crest. As well as the clay and wood for your crest. She looked in again and took out a green gem slightly larger than her thumb. This will be enough to let me make the jewelry. You'll make better use of it. You'll make better use of the rest. Her reply was a suspicious stare. He ignored it. When can you have it done? Ern said that with his expected workload, he should have our party clothing done in 3 weeks. You hand him a little of what's in this bag and he'll be done in half the time. I don't want to disrupt the theater, and as I was reminded recently, this doesn't need to be rushed. She looked at the crest on the wall. I can have yours done in a few days. It'll be more waiting for the clay to dry once it's formed, etched and added, and adding the other elements. Then I'll add the colors. The jewelry will take longer, but I'll be done before Ern's. Without another reason to stay, he headed back to the main room. She hadn't done anything out of character, but he needed to remind himself he didn't know if she left her workshop. She might not have a reason to see the rest of the theater. She might not know it had been taken over. He stepped into the stage room, ready to follow the wall again to reach the other door, but saw Charlie Nuzuma on the bottom bench among the others watching the play. The fighter pointed to the stage, whispered something, and Uzuma chuckled. Had they been there the entire time, watching the play? He almost headed for them directly to let them know he didn't appreciate not being where they were supposed to meet, but they weren't supposed to know about his visit with Ismael. So he walked around to the entrance door, drenched himself again, and headed through the seating, and then for the two of them. What are you two doing here? He muttered angrily, doing his best not to disturb the other enjoying the show. We were supposed to meet at the tavern. We figured we'd wait here for the storm to pass, Cherry said, distracted by the performance. And with how long it took you to come here, Uzuma said, we'd have sat there for so long he'd have drank himself into a stupor. Causing the room to collapse took more work than I expected. We offered to help, the archer pointed out. It was more important to get the fabrics to Hearns. Did he say anything about them? No, just that we were disturbing him, Charlie said, studying the actors screaming at each other. Something about having to be ready for the fire. What do you think they tell each other to get so angry? Tips glanced at the stage. The men and women looked ready to come to blows. He didn't initially get what the fighter was asking about, then remember that while Charlie wasn't as stupid as he acted, he relied on strength more than his mind. They're just acting at being angry. Where's Cinta? She also wasn't at the tavern. Really? The fighter leaned forward as if that would let him see and hear them better. They look furious. She was with Hearns when we delivered the fabric, Uzuma said. I don't know if she's still there. With no need to hide anymore, he headed for the door, then the tailor's workshop. The man was at the table cutting fabric. Cinta had a dress against her chest, looking at her reflection in a tall mirror. What do you think? She asked, meeting his eyes in the reflection. I think you could look like a noble in that. The dress had layers of fine fabric. Ernst snorted. I'm thinking of asking Ernst to make me one like it, but with the fabrics you got him. Tip shrugged. If there's enough left once he made what we need, you're welcome to talk him into it. I don't have enough left? The tailor stared at him in disbelief. Do you have any idea how much it's going to take to make what you asked? Hopefully not more than what we got you. He replied, annoyed. We can't get you more. Ernst's disbelief increased, and he looked at the 4 bolts on the floor, stacked before a row of hanging clothing. Do you know anything about making clothing? If I need something, I get it from a shop. If I need something fancy, I pay a tailor to make it for me. Looking like a noble is never something I aspire to. You brought me enough fabric to make dozens of high noble clothing. Good. Ernst shook his head in a disbelief chuckle and returned to his work. Cinta placed the dress among the others on the rack. Ernst will want us back in a few days. 4, the tailor said, to make sure the patterns fit. She took his arms in hers. Let's get the other 2 and go celebrate. Something quieter this time. She chuckled. I don't think Charlie knows how to do anything quiet. Tibbs crouched at the edge of the roof, dressed in Fleet Finger's green and black, hood up, and a half mask in place. Other than being too close to the edge, therefore in sight of anyone on the street who bothered looking up, he could be one of any thief looking over a selection of nobles' home as if they were the best of food tempting him. The surprised yell came. It was a beautiful day after all, after the devastating storm, and looking up to admire the cloudless sky was common. He smiled at the person pointing, more looked up and pointed, calling attention to him. When the authoritative yell came, the people in the street moved out of the way of the men and women rushing in his direction. No city guard had armor this resplendent. He doubted city bothered with this neighborhood, or that the nobles would let mere city guards in their street. He stood, spread his arm, gave a bow. Fleetfinger didn't care if he was seen. He didn't care that the nobles knew he was looking over their homes, that they knew one of them would be robbed soon. It was what Tibbs needed them to focus on, to wonder who would be the flamboyant thief's next victim. He needed Fleetfinger to be on their mind anytime something went missing. He wanted the character to take the blame for anything Tibbs might need to take from them. so that once the job was over, all eyes would be on Fleetfinger instead of his team. He walked casually along the edge of the roof as the noble's mercenaries called to each other, search for ways to climb to him and give chase. He'd picked this lower building to make it easier on them, with the extension at varying floor height, not to make it easier for them to reach him, but not to make it easier on them to reach him unless they were more agile in those RV armor than they looked, but in explaining the way Fleet Fingers could suddenly find himself on the ground when they lost sight of him, which he did, then waited for them to round the corner before giving a mocking bow and running off. Their metal armor made it easier to keep track of them, and they moved in more organized pattern. He sensed them spreading through the alleys. Unlike the city, the noble took threats to their possessions seriously. They were blocking off more and more of the exit they could think of, tightening their net until they were certain they had him. Of course, they made the mistake of thinking of him as a common thief. Fleetfinger was someone out of Bard's songs, and as he ran toward the three guards at the end of the alley, he was going to demonstrate it. He couldn't go too far. Fleetfinger had to be skilled, not someone with an element. Dealing with nobles, having adventurers be called in was unavoidable, but he wanted to delay that as much as possible. He placed his hand on the guard who attempted to grapple, and it explained the leap his air etching let him do. He landed behind the three and waved as he continued running. He ran through the next group he encountered, and when they grabbed for him, the weakened stitches of his vest ripped and slid off the hardened water he'd etched under them. He stopped as they tripped over themselves, having expected the harder time, and made a show of looking at his now exposed deep green leathers. Can any of you recommend a decent tailor? Fleetfingers can't seem to find one that makes clothing that stays on. He sidestepped the snarling woman who lunged at him. That must be a no. He ran. Then he jumped over a group of them, stepping onto a crate that had been left by the wall and an air etching to propel him. One caught his arm as he landed, but lightning caused them to let go. The group became larger as they met up, and Tibbs had fewer ways to go. He used earth to call a man in the lead of the next group to trip, then propelled himself off the wall to jump over the rest as they tumbled on the top of the first. As best as he sensed, they now had all the alleys blocked and were closing in for the capture. So it was time for him to end this chase. For him to make his exit. He picked a wooden wall with enough handholds to explain the ease with which he climbed it. As with nearly every guard Tibbs had dealt with, they'd forgotten the roofs could be a way to flee. He looked down as someone grabbed onto the wall and others ready to help boost associates up. Fleetfinger has found this most enjoyable, but he has places to be and, he grinned, houses to rob. He walked away from the edge and their sight, and the guards spread around the house while those already trying to reach the roof kept at it. With no one watching, Tibbs let go of restraint and was well away before the first one managed to climb all the way. He was well out of the noble's neighborhood by the time he dropped from the roof. The air was respectable and the houses lower. He only needed to grab the edge of the roof to help him drop to the ground of the alley. He had a handful of his hood when he sensed a group of people break from the crowd and enter his alley. By the metal buckles, they were leathers, not guards, since they were only 3 swords among the 6 of them, knives and clubs for the rest. There had been no hesitation when they headed for the alley. They had intended to come here. Tibbs let go of the hood and turned to face them. They wore dark leathers, the kind Tibbs would wear to slip in and out of places without being seen, but expecting to have to fight. This is an unexpected surprise, he said, smiling. Fleet Fingers is honored, but he is too busy today. Is it possible to do this tomorrow? He has no plan then, and he is certain he can entertain you. Oh, we're doing this now, the man in the lead said. We don't let just anyone work this in this city. This is your last day. Tips affected surprise. Fleet Fingers wasn't aware requirements needed to be met. How many houses does he have to rob? In how many days? Will yours count? He'd known the Master's people would eventually catch up to Fleet Fingers, but he hadn't expected them to be so well organized. How many of the people sprawled in the alleys that he jumped over? How many of the people sprawled in the alleys he jumped over, who he thought drunks, had been the Master's agents? A number of them, for them to have been able to get the word ahead and have people ready. You think we're a joke, don't you? He shrugged. Fleet Fingers hadn't thought about you at all. He doesn't waste time with insignificant thugs. The quality of their leathers meant they had money, either successful thieves or well paid by the Master to enforce his will. They know how to fight, but all they'd heard were stories. If they had witnessed Fleet Fingers in action, they wouldn't have brought only 6. Still, they probably thought 6 was enough to deal with the man they expected Fleet Fingers to be. This would help focus the Master's attention where Tibbs wanted it. He reached for the pommel and formed the sword as he pulled, a thin blade for quick slashes and jab, one that made it easy to explain away how fleet the movements were. He parried and slashed, dodged and jabbed, deflected and elbowed. He moved easily among them, inflicting more pain than actual damage. This was a message to the Master, not a massacre. A message in controlled application of injuries. A show that Fleet Fingers didn't consider them important enough to bother with anything serious. Once they were on the ground, writhing in pain, he put the tip of his sword on the ground and a hand on the pommel as if it was a cane. Fleet Fingers must say he isn't impressed. He has heard much of the Master's people and had expected better. Would saying that he would prefer not to have to do this again be a waste of breath? He sighed. Do keep in mind that Fleet Fingers has more important things to do than an exercise like this. He might not be as understanding next time. He sheathed the sword and headed for the road. He shed the hood and half-mask, then cloak, and lost himself among the crowd. And that concludes Chapter 52 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to support me and read ahead of that, that is on Ream Story, where we're a good dozen chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh, right, wrong page. Alrighty. We will have an advertising. Look into Algos, and I'll be right back. Oh, wow, that is ugly. Yeah. Yeah, without Streamrater to space all of these. Ugh. Oh, I do not like that. Alrighty, so let's claim the reward. That's not doing anything. Coming soon? Ah, there we go. Alright, so I only have 4 units, so we're gonna start with Day Trader. Let's go, my star. Right now, there's nothing really to be gained. It's about putting basically stress testing the game as it stands right now under real conditions. Alrighty. And that's done. So I will move on to my next chapter. By confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 53 of Stepping Wild. Stop fidgeting. Earn sad attaching cut fabric around Tibbs's arm with needles. I'm sure you've been poked by sharper things. Tibbs was more concerned with having to explain the lack of blood if the tailor noticed the pierced flesh. The fidgeting came about because he'd been forced to stand still too long. Knowing the fitting needed to be done didn't keep him from wanting to be out of them and on to more productive things. Can't believe they all let you do this to them. He didn't look forward to having to do this again. Ernst laughed. Theater costumes don't need to be this accurate. No one in the audience will notice if they hang loose or crooked on an actor. You, on the other hand, will be scrutinized. No noble or would-be noble lets their tailor do less than impeccable work with the material they are provided. Tibbs considered essence training as a distraction, but the one he had that didn't outright create an effect, because Tibbs had yet to crack the wall of his reserve, would lead to too many questions if this was when it happened. He settled on planning the etching he'd test and going over the ones that failed. He'd yet to figure out how he'd made mistakes, but there had to have been one. It wasn't as effective as actively testing the etching, since as soon as someone spoke to the tailor, Tibbs was reminded he was still stuck in place. Extricating himself from the crudely assembled shirt when the work was finally done was an exercise in itself, even with the tailor's help. That went onto the mannequin, then Ernst started to work on attaching the pieces that would form the pants on Tibbs. When he was finally allowed to leave the tailor's shop, Tibbs was surprised his leg didn't protest, having to work after an afternoon of standing still. The actors on the stage were engaged in a sword fight atop a mountain by the backdrop. But they kept talking, exchanging exchanges of taunt and pleading. From what he understood in the length it took him to cross from one side to the other in the dark, the male adventurer had wronged the female one. She wanted him dead for what he'd done while he was trying to explain himself. It made little sense to him. From them being on the mountain to not fighting to subdue the opponent. Explanations could come when she was disarmed, but the people filling the benches watched, captivated. Figured he'd have to endure the whole thing to work out why they did what they did. But he had to give the actors one thing. Even with them pausing to talk, their fight looked more real than anything a bard ever sung. The sound of the play dulled to indistinct murmurs well before he reaches Mael's shop. She was carving a cylinder of wood nearly her height as he entered. The lines were too irregular to be a column, but what else could it be? He didn't know. She put the knife away. I was wondering when you'd come by. It's been done for a few days. I didn't want to press you. He nodded. He nodded to the door. Ernst needed me for a fitting. She unwrapped the bundle she took from a drawer and the clay crest rested on the fabric. Like the ones he'd seen in the safe, it was in the form of a heater shield with a flattened bottom. Gold wire had been used to make wheat stalks, and silver to make clouds. Blue-tinged bag of coins were etched in the clay, spilling gold and silver coins at the feet of the stalk. The crest's edge were banded in wood he'd brought to her, polished to a pale but imperfect sheen. Imperfect shield. The Atharan family made their way into the nobility through the trading of grains, she explained. The stock and sky are supposed to represent their humble beginnings as farmers. You don't sound like it's true. The clay's color wasn't even the way the one on the wall was. This was streaked with pale and deep browns as well as reddish ones. He'd seen them when he collected it, but he'd expected her to mix it until it was uniform. The uniform color he thought he remembered from the ones in the safe being, but he hadn't taken the time to study them. She shrugged. Might be, but a lot of the nobles who do business with the common folk like the Atharan make up a history of being, a history that brings them closer to those folks. All I can tell you is that if they ever worked the earth, it was well over a century ago. Can I take it now? You paid for it. Just be careful how you show it around. Even the minor nobles don't like hearing someone got their hands on their crest. He wrapped it and placed it inside his vest. Now that he had that, the paper, gold, and the right clothing, he'd be able to get into the university. He headed to his lodging, forced himself not to think about it, to go over his etching. He'd wait a few days, then he'd take the best of Ern's noble clothing and start on his research. He walked with a regalness he didn't feel. He never felt. His back was straight, his head high, and if he met another's eyes on his travel through in his travel through the street, he filled them with judgment. Nobles were always judging others. He did the same when the guard by the door demanded his credential, but, unlike those in the street, she didn't look away. He handed the crest and the papers, and as he'd watched other nobles do, her eyes scrutinized them. Scrutinized them while her ungloved fingers ran along the edge of the crest. Tibbs hadn't questioned the imperfection among the polish when he'd carefully studied the. Okay, I don't need to do to. I no longer need that because I've brought it up already. Tibbs hadn't questioned the imperfections among the polish. He'd trusted the quality of Ismail's work, therefore they were there on purpose, for the guard to feel and confirm it was authentic. She handed them back the mended gold and let him in. He fought against being amazed yet again. Universities and libraries always did that to him. Their vastness, all that knowledge, the work that went into building such structure, even if magic had been used, it remained impressive. But awe was beneath a noble. They respected books were precious, knowledge held value, but they refused to show it. Tibbs considered the fact such place existed at all amazing, that people were allowed to enter. That's not the right one. Allowed to enter and look through the books, gain knowledge for, in some places, as little as a handful of coppers. But even the gold he'd paid to enter didn't compare with how valuable the knowledge he could acquire while here. Large windows with colored glasses depicting people reading and writing, discussing, chased nearly all, chased nearly all the shadows, chased away nearly all the shadows. Lamps on columns chased the little they didn't, and more would be lit as the sun set, so that people could read well into evening. Some libraries never forced people to leave once they'd entered, so long as they read and or wrote. How books were organized changed from city to city, but they all had volumes in the kingdom's language listing where specific subjects could be found. Cities that saw a lot of visitors from other kingdoms, usually capitals, would also have copies of those books in varying languages. Universities were more likely to have them since they would get scholars from every kingdom looking to contribute. Once he reached the knowledge repository, the first two large set of shelves on each side of the center tables contained those books. Those were the first thing Tibbs needed to consult. He'd spent a lot of time thinking. About where he might find the information he needed. He couldn't look up dungeons. All that would get him were books on the existing ones. The ones the Adventurers Guild knew about and controlled. those in the mountains. He wanted those they didn't know about, those in the forest. So they so there so there could be nothing in any of the books that directly about them. What he had to go by was what he'd experienced in Iritel, how they had thought of what happened because there was a dungeon in the forest. It was dangerous. There was a monster. Which book would document places like that? Dangerous forests, places reputed to have monsters. There were books where bards' songs were recorded, but those wouldn't be reliable. Books on the histories might, but they usually focused on the people who shaped it more than the kind of places in it. That left legends and histories of so old their truth was debatable, but he'd have to start there. Searching through the tomes to learn where the books on legends were shelved took most of the day. Asking one of the scholars he saw would speed things up, but they might demand proof of who he was, and he hadn't mastered the kingdom's language yet. He doubted the local nobles spoke with an accent. By the time he'd learned which of the balconies in which of the repository the books were located, the lamps were being lit, and his stomach reminded him that, unlike what bards thought, even people with elements needed to eat. He'd be back in the morning. Now he needed to get this minor noble he pretended to be some lodging so he could change into something more comfortable and find a tavern with food and then sleep. He closed another book. The problem with legend, he realized, was they might as well have been penned by bards. Unless he found someone who had gone to one of those places, they would have. Unless he found someone who had gone to one of those places, they would have to be adventurers. What? Okay. And they would be adventurers. Okay, I know what the problem is. Unless he found someone who had gone to one of those places and they would be adventurers, he couldn't trust what he read. Dealing with adventurers was a problem in itself. Since the guild still wanted him caught for attempting to kill one of those in charge of it. He returned the book to the shelf and took another one. He couldn't stop just because the stories recorded sounded too far-fetched. One of the legends might be something close. Something someone in the city might have a better understanding of, a more accurate version of it. At least, he knew most of the languages in those books were written. In his early days of research had been spent searching for books written in Kadalisaran and reading that, even if it had nothing to do with what he wanted to learn about. Tibbs stepped into the repository he'd been hoping to delay until after he was done with this city and well on his way to another. Unfortunately, he'd promised his team a job. The clothing Ernst was making him and Cinta were more than halfway done, so he couldn't delay picking the target of his revenge. While he told this team he had followed her here, he had leeway. He hadn't said she was from this city, only that she'd been there from his city, only that she'd been there when she hurt him. He also hadn't said when she'd arrived in Brokentia. All he needed was someone with so many coins his team would have more than they'd ever need, who had arrived here over the last decade. Here, the city's ardent documenting of anyone entering the city worked in his favor. Even the nobles had to explain who they were and why they were entering the city. That told them who had arrived when. Working out their wealth came in the form of the city's taxation. Every building a noble owned needed to be accounted for, the size of the plot they were built on. Every building Every building, as well as the size of the plot it was built on, a noble owned, needed to be accounted for. Those with mercantile investment needed to document those as well. It gave him a sense of scale, and with that, he built a pool of potential targets. He narrowed it further by looking at how often they helped. Only those with a lot of money and a need to impress made sure every instance of their help was documented. The few who were genuine in wanting to help rarely called attention to it. Outside of a few kingdoms, nobles like that barely existed. When he narrowed the pool as much as he could by reading about nobles, all that would be left was to visit each of the houses to learn what their coffers offered. When he had closed the final book, the lamplight was all he had. He had 6 names, 6 families with important women who could have hurt him, who had arrived over the last 10 years. One of them would give his team the best return for the risk involved in taking their money. He was sufficiently tired, he almost headed for his room directly. He remembered in time he was a noble, and it wouldn't do for someone like him to be in poorer neighborhoods at night. He might sleep in the noble's room this once, a short one, and it'd be good to run the roofs. The house was silent, the other residents already sleeping. The lone person awake was the cook, who also saw to the cleaning and lighting of the lamp. She didn't acknowledge him as he stepped past her and up the stairs. Servants didn't question what nobles got up to, or why they returned at such late hour. The key turned loudly in the silence, but the door opened without a sound. The key turned just as loudly, locking the door, and the sound was followed by the striking of a fire starter. Tips spun as spark caught on the lamp's wick. "I think you owe us an explanation," the man seated next to it said as he placed the crystal chimney in place. As he returned, as he set the crystal chimney in place. And that concludes chapter 53 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story, where you can read about a dozen chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Da, 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 da. It is not like Algos is that critical right now. Might use the time and throw and slip in an extra chapter. I'm gonna do that right. It's a smallish chapter. Alrighty, so I'll do it. And I'll do a last chapter for this morning. Confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Oh, wait a minute. No, actually, I should be good. This is there. Okay. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 54 of Stepping Wild. Too tired. He let himself get to abyss tired. If he hadn't, okay, there's no comma here. If he hadn't noticed the life essence in the room until now. He had to give it to Charlie, as the fighter leaned forward in the chair and cast his face in shadows. He could definitely look menacing. Care to explain what you've been up to? The man asked. Before you say you don't know what he's talking about, Cinta said in a hard tone, sitting cross-legged on the bed. How you're dressed is telling enough. Uzuma leaned against the wall by the window. I'll give you this. You can play straight well enough. The anger that the man put in matched what Tibbs needed to work at not putting in those words. For a noble. I'm not a noble. Right, the archer said derisively. I borrowed this from Ernst. Oh, we know, Charlie said. Doesn't tell us why, though. Or what you're doing in the university, Cinta added. He leaned against the door. What gave me away? It would be good to get confirmation of where he'd made his mistake. Ismael told me you'd already gave her everything she needed for my jewelry when I checked with her. Also said you gave her much more than needed. I wasn't with you in the storm, so I thought you three had added that to your task. But Charlie and Uzuma knew nothing about getting gems. Then I heard how Extra shops that also had water damage. The storm was strong enough, I doubt anyone much thought of it, but there were a few gem shops that were hit. Even one got its stuck scattered on the street. We got to wondering why you didn't want our help with that. Uzuma said. That was not what he'd expected to have given him away. So we had to question, Charlie said, leaning back in the chair and chasing most of the shadows from off his face, what exactly you're playing at. If you're setting us up to take the fall while you enjoy the perks of all that money. Perks like having access to the university. That's not what this is. Then he added under the suspicious look, not exactly. We're going to want exactness, Charlie said, if you want to avoid my fist expressing how I feel right now. The job is still on, they said. The university is a personal project and incorporated. So, Cinta said suspiciously, suspicious tone still loud. You're still after some high noble for revenge? Her expression and the shift in the tone stopped him from confirming he was. This was no longer something he could fix by lying. No, but I have narrowed the list of targets to 6, part of what I spent the day doing. The other part, she demanded before Charlie spoke, personal. It won't impact the job. Don't know that's going to be enough, Uzuma stated. It'll have to be. I'm not sharing that part. Charlie leaned forward again. I can make you. This time, the shadows made the man look more ridiculous than frightening, and Tibbs couldn't stop to snort. You're not going to do that. We go that way, and you don't get the money you want. Your friend doesn't get the money for the cleric. Uzuma was in his face faster than Tibbs expected. I don't do well with threats. They aren't threats. It's laying out what you're losing if we do this. I didn't mention the university or the part I folded within the job because it's personal and I wasn't going to let it affect it. A slight lie wouldn't hurt here. It wasn't like they could know this had been what his thinking had been when he started this. As for the jewelry, it was an on-the-spot idea. I had some of the weakening agent left over, and the storm was going on. I'd already cased the shop, so I took advantage of the situation. Uzuma didn't move. The getting lost because of the storm? Tib shrugged. Easier than going through the explanation. I didn't expect it to come up. You didn't think that me not having to talk a jeweler into handing me the jewels for my costume wouldn't come up? Cinta asked, surprised. Put that way, his reasoning did seem odd. It was a long day, a long, tiring day, not the best decision I've made. It does put us in a difficult situation, Charlie said. Uzuma turned to face the fighter. You can't be serious. Are you thinking of trusting him after this? His reasoning isn't unreasonable, Cinta said. He's going to leave with the money and leave us to deal with the nobles, the guard, and the master. If this is about money, Charlie said, why give all the extra gems to Ismail? Oh, I don't know, the archer said with derision, maybe so you'll be an idiot and believe him. I don't betray my team. I bet you think we're dumb. Zuma rounded on him, but Tips caused a fist. He strengthened himself with earth to keep him from pulling it out. I get that you're angry. I was an idiot not to tell you everything from the start, but I'm not used to sharing personal stuff. That's the kind of stuff strangers use against me. I thought we were your team, Charlie said, hurt. Uzuma gave up trying to get out of Tibbs' grip. You are now, have been for a while, but back then we were all strangers. Why not trust us with this before? The archer's eyes were filled with anger, but when Tibbs released him, he returned to the wall. We were busy. It's small enough it didn't occur to me. What happens now? Charlie asked. That's up to you. I can't convince you what I've done until now isn't just so I'd get access to the university. I don't think you'd have it continue with Ern's fitting if that was the case, Cinta said. You don't seem to enjoy it. Standing still for hours is no fun. Come on, Uzuma exclaimed. That's exactly what you do, Sin. You keep with the act until you have everything you want. She looked at Tibbs, who shrugged. Like I said, I can't convince you. Uzuma's right that everything looks like the university was what I was after, and I have that. All you have is my word that I'll see the rest through. Ismael can make jewelry and sell that on the cheap, Cinta said. It's going to help the theater. He didn't have to do that. I wouldn't have if I'd been the one holding that bag and it wasn't the theater. But that just get them permit for a couple of seasons. I really hope you're being truthful, Thibault. I'm still in, Charlie said. Of course you are, Uzuma said. All you care about is the money. Abyss, yes, I want the money. He stood. But Naris needs it too. His sister is a friend of mine, and it's my fault the master had his people fall on her like they did. You never said that, the archer said, surprised. Oh, right, because that's the kind of thing you tell every stranger you meet. So, yes, I'm in it for the money and to kick some nobles where it hurts. But more importantly, to make sure my friend gets to have a life again. Charlie settled. Are you in? We can't do this without you. We can, Tibbs said before Zuma responded. The fighter glared at him over his shoulder. Really? I give him this talk and you just tell him he can leave and we'll be fine? But I'd rather have you on the team, Uzuma. Tibbs ignored Charlie. You know what? This belongs ahead. Tibbs ignored Charlie. But I'd rather have you on the team, Uzuma. When things go down, it's going to be quick, and we're going to need someone who's attentive and fast to react. I'm confident that with Charlie's muscle and Cinta's wit, we'll manage. But with you at our side, I know we'll leave there with all the money in their coffers. Charlie's talk was more inspiring, the archer said. But I'm the one you need to trust. That's how I see the situation. If you walk away, I trust you not to go to the master or the guards, so I'm willing to continue. We might not make it out with everything, but we'll get enough to make it worthwhile. We could bring in someone else, Cinta pointed out. Errands will be done in the costume in no more than 2 weeks. Do you know anyone on the master's bad side as good as Uzuma that you can trust not to sell us out to regain his favor? She shook her head, and Tibbs looked at Charlie. The people I hang out with aren't known for thinking quickly. The archer rubbed his temple as he continued. But my presence on the team doesn't change anything, does it? It changes a lot of things, Tibbs replied. You're an extra fighter for when the fighting starts. If we're chased during the escape, you can take to the roof. You can take to the roof and both guide and support us. With you, we will definitely not be hurt as badly as without. There's a comma here. By the time it's all over. Uzuma rested his head against the wall, and Tim sympathized with the headache he seemed to be getting. All right, he sighed. I'm still in. He fixed his gaze on Tibbs. But I'm sticking with you from now on. You can't get into the university. The rest of the time, then. I run the alleys and get in and out of buildings. The archer smirked. If you manage to lose me, I'll be impressed. Tibbs had to admit Uzuma was good. What impressed him more was that among all the roof runners and trackers Tibbs had known and dealt with, Uzuma hadn't started as a thief. Being able to climb walls to reach the roof for a good vantage point was important for an archer, but navigating them and keeping track of someone on the ground was an entirely different set of skills. But he'd had to lose the archer for this. Tibbs couldn't risk the other man being noticed while he studied the nobles' houses. He'd narrowed it down further to 2. Both were extravagant buildings taking over multiple city blocks, but including the maintained yards around them. One was an even 4 floors, while the other had a section stretching up 3 more, almost like they'd intended to have a tower there, but hadn't completed it. Multiple rooms, and both had metal safes, small and large. The largest were in the best secured room. The 4-story house had theirs under it. The room was next to the cellar, and by what he sensed of the wood and metal and water, the entrance hid behind a shelf of bottles. The lock was complex but not magical. The other was under the would-be tower on the third floor and was protected through magic. The weave was too complex for him to even guess what it all did, but an alarm was certain. The chaos that would happen when it triggered could be used, but would draw everyone hired to protect the safe there. Not insurmountable, but more trouble than his team needed unless the tower itself had no protection other than its height. The weaves protecting the safe were on the door and walls, not the ceiling. It was wood with stone pavers, so he could go through them easily and without triggering the magical protection. All it would take is revealing to his team what he could do, and he'd be able to empty the safe while they distracted the partygoer, and they'd have all the money without. And they'd have all the money without. And they'd have all the money. While he wasn't willing to trust them that far, he could prepare the way for him and them, arrange things so that, as he preferred doing on the final job, the guards were busy with someone else while the team pulled it off. The team pulled the job. It was time to tell them about Fleet Fingers. He chuckled as he vanished into the alley's shadows. Cinta would appreciate the flair with which he played that character. And that concludes chapter 54 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to support me and read ahead of that, that is on my Patreon. That is on Ream Story, where you can read ahead by about 2 weeks. And if you're looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Boy. way. Testing. Okay, so right now we can actually overlap other units. So, 52. So now to schedule all of this on Oregon Road. is done. Alrighty, it is time for me to take lunch. So I'll be back in an hour. I got no battles to come back to. So see you when I get back from lunch. And welcome back. This afternoon, it is chapter 14 of Last Detour. On paper, there's 3 chapters left, but one will be one line. So, 2 chapters left. Da, 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 da. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what this chapter turns into. Alright, how did I end the other one? Equal Imp cried the entire last chapter again. Well, hopefully it will engender the same reaction in your beta readers. Or readers in general when they get to it. it goes a little hard. Is it appropriate for for where it is in the book? Is that, should that section go that hard? If the answer is yes, then nothing needs to be changed. Cool, then nothing needs to be changed. Oh, the M&M in the book isn't a pacifist. Ah. Don't know that I could write a pacifist. Tibbs, starting with book 7, will be as close to that, I think, as I'm capable of getting. He's going to be someone who aims to defuse situations rather than allow them to escalate, but he will not be above using violence when required. Aaron doesn't want to hurt others. He's in line where he says that he has found no good reason to hurt other sentient being. Cool. Alrighty, another check-in with Algos. Let's go to Hook right now. Ooh, we lost. I do like the fact that we've got cards. They're gonna get more information as they work on it. Um, Basically, or actually, the information's all here. It's a little small, but yeah, give a sense of the kind of battle that is going to be there. So. JM's still there. Huh. Now people are running 10 minutes. Oh, if so many people are running 10 minutes, I guess. Hey, Ekla, my layout is cursed. What happened? Oh, well, yeah. That's true, because there's no. Well, StreamRaider ended, and I didn't consider what would happen to the redirect, because that icon over there was a redirect to StreamRaider. So, no, it's not intentional. Um. Tie. Where is that? Huh, that's interesting. Okay, there that is. So let's minimize that. Let's bring this in here. Let's bring that in here. Now, if I do that, all of that vanishes. Da, 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 da. I can stretch that over there. Apple thing today, and you almost died scared of the weird hog that attacked you. Yeah. I'm hoping, well, I'm hoping nothing's gonna have been done to Vintage Story when I play. I don't like April's Fool as a day. Um, one, I don't take part in it. Two, I don't, I you know. Did I download an icon? Their icon. Doesn't look like I did. Uh, well, it's bothering me. No, no, the stream rate, the tiger stripe is literally cut out to allow the text and all that. So this is the best I can do with what I've got. Um, so that's what I got. I mean, now I think I could probably do it differently. I could probably. Well, I want to put the Algos icon there. I I thought I had downloaded it. It seems that I did not. Oh, cool. The play now button is okay. Well, then I can make some changes. I also need to procrastinate. So. All right, let's go take a look at the Discord. Hmm. Oh, I don't know. Uh, okay, this one. This is the one I want. Actually. What? Hey, that's interesting. Okay. Okay. There we go. Alrighty. Quick check-in on Algos, since once I do that, I'm gonna lose all my captains. I've actually asked if that's still part of what they're working on. Thank you for the follow, Chris. Chris Ray. Wow. Chris Ray Jacage? All right, let's take a look at that. So, what I found out is that when we claim one, any battle that's done gets automatically claimed. That's why they all vanish, and that's why sometimes some of them were staying because their battles weren't done. I'm at 297, so I'm actually gonna put that to the test. So this should be 302 and 322. So yeah. Also, these points right now I've got confirmed don't mean anything at this time. They will probably be changed. They'll probably be given a use, but right now they aren't. They don't have it. And it is sounding like the current plan is to have our units spread around all the captains. So that the value of getting duplicates will be that we'll be able to join, either put more in one battle or join more captains. If that is the case, I'm not sure how I'm going to play on the viewer side because I can't spend that much time dealing with that. So, alrighty, I'll be right back. Oh, right. I need to do something. How is that still on that screen? Hey, Coolwimp. Well, Coolwimp, I didn't realize I'd left it on the algo screen. And how is your day coming along? And really, anytime, it's a, it's the, it's the successor to Stream Raider. Today is literally the first day of the closed beta, and so, but yeah, it's gonna be a game in the type of Stream Raider, and I will become a leader once that reaches open beta, or if I get accepted. I'm on the waiting list to enter the closed beta. No idea if that's going to happen. You're into the follow-up novella that bridges names Dragon gives and legacies. And Stream Raider was the battle that I ran every half hour. While it ended, the game ended, like they shut down the game yesterday. So after the end of Adam's story, novella picks up 20 years later. Oh, cool. I don't often do that. I think I have one story that is like that. And I wouldn't say it's anything, like it's literally just me. Well, it is a story at this point, but there's no plan for it. Like it only started with me wanting to look at the world 30 years or so after after the magic has been revealed to the world. By the end, at the end of Trust in Oneself, book 3 in the Initiation series, magic is revealed to the world. And I was kind of curious, what does the world look like 30 years down the line? And my co-scriptor loves writing stuff. And he sort of came up with ideas for sons of certain characters. And one of them really caught my attention, and I went, that would be a really interesting character to use to explore the world. And at first it was just going to be vignettes. You know, like the first one, he shows up and he starts with this, you know, it's going to be first person, but I was going to do first person past, a bit like you do, I think. First person past with lines of first person present, which is the character commenting on what took place. And he starts with, I want to make something clear. I did not see the 2 by 4 coming. That's not how my power works. And then we go back in time a little bit, laying out things like that. But it was supposed to only be vignettes, and each vignette would explore an aspect of the world, and then somehow a story got inserted into that. Two by four is, well, it's not a plank, it's a beam. Welcome to the stream, Colo. What are you up to? Necromancer, unmarketable necromancer. Let's get the obvious out of the way. I don't want to fuck the corpses. That is actually a very interesting opening line. I gotta say that. Oh yeah, I stay away from a whole lot of stuff on New Year's on April Fool. Yeah. Oh, definitely. That's the kind of first line that. Did you get sucked into the computer, Colo? Got bamboozled patch note. I did VR mode, but only for radar station operators. Okay. What? Not the whole game. I can say no tears, but there's a moment in David's story that breaks you. Ah. But yeah, Wyatt is the character who ended up being the point of view for that, what was supposed to be vignettes, and then he gets pulled into tracking down a serial killer. And through that, I'm continuing to explore the world, but like I did not expect to have an actual story. Yeah, it feels weird not to have Stream Raider running. And it makes me realize how accustomed I had become to using it. Not like being a discovery author. Magic book, but no plot. Mechanism measure, looking up a trope shifter. Gotten there, dealing with royal family. Do you like writing it? Kind of as a weird vibe at the moment. Your problem probably going to revisit later. So long as you enjoy it. Like as I've said multiple times at this point, just have fun. Have fun writing your stories. Unless you are specifically under contract for something, for something. Who don't care about the lack of plot. Just enjoy the writing. Plot can be figured out later. Worst comes to worst, you qualify this as world building. To share a sexual partner? Okay. Is it a story is it an adult story, as in do you plan on having explicit sex in it? Okay. I'm going to guess that is not the aspect that is getting weird. I will be right back. I can't sleep with the princess he's dating because our future husband gets first dib. Shipping with a trope, and because it's just the way it is in English, there isn't much drama. It was supposed to start as a dark Acadia. Ah. And you know what? I'm gonna have some fun and give you a sense of Wyatt. I'm gonna have to open. Inheriting the Lord is here. Society salt. All right. This is chapter one of Wyatt. It's called Feeling the Way. Back then it was just Wyatt's story. I want to set the record straight right now. I never saw the 2x4 coming. That's not how things work with me. Trust me, I wish it was. But before we continue, let's go back 15 minutes. The diner is called Antoinette. It's in the US on one of the back roads, but I'm not telling you more. Sure, try to look it up. I can't stop you. If you find it, have the pumpkin pie. It is amazing. I will say it's as far from San Francisco it's far from San Francisco. I'll get to the why later. I was at the counter enjoying a slice of pumpkin pie, talking with Valerie, the young Cocker Spaniel. This is furry, by the way. It's a furry story. Cocker Spaniel, who was one of the 3 people working in the diner. Half a dozen customers were seated at varying tables and booths. And you've been on the road for how many weeks? She asked. I'd been telling her how I travel a lot. Depends. What's the criteria I'm to use to divide the stretches I've traveled? Being home with my family, spend a few days more in the same place, or family? She cut me off, full of certainty. Most of my work is yeah, you are correct. Most of my work is intro. The ratio is slowly shifting since I no longer write exclusively intro stuff. But yeah. Family, she cut me off. So full of certainty. I'd say a year then. Her muzzle hung open in a stunned expression. How can you be away that so long? I shrugged as I took a long swallow of the black coffee. We don't particularly get along. With your family? Now she was disbelieving, and I understood. My family is only my brothers and fathers. I'm not in a relationship myself. Oh, yeah, my cousin can't stand her brother and sisters, but she loves her parents. Don't you love yours? That one took some thinking about. I love them. I love them, and I'm pretty sure most of my dads love me too, but our relationship's complicated. I didn't exactly follow the family way, if you know what I mean. Oh, you're from one of those families. I smiled. I had to. In 2076, families with two dads or three, or even four, weren't rare anymore. Same with moms. Ever since the Diamond Incident, the world had to accept some pretty different ways to look at things. But seven dads were still pretty rare. Yeah, one of those. I was about to continue, but her eyes flicked to the side, focused behind me, and her lips tightened. She was afraid, but not for herself. Behind me, the cup slapped on the table. How many times do I have to tell you not to do that? The man yells. My ears swiveled back. I made out a woman, whimpering, I'm sorry. I turned on the stool. The husband was a red fox in a too tight shirt and too large jacket. His jaw was set. His wife, a white fox, pretty petite woman. Not the kind Wolfgang went for, but he'd feel obligated to pound the man into a pulp for the way he was glaring at her. Wolf has a thing about making sure women are treated well. My sense of obligation came from a different place. I hated seeing people hurt. I was off the stool and across the diner before the fox had his hand halfway in the air. I knew he was about to slap her. She knew it too. She was already turning inward, readying for the hit. No one should fear another person like that, let alone her own husband. I closed my hand on the wrist and stopped the motion. He looked at me in surprise. What the fuck? Let go of me, you stripe! Actually, that would be for you stripes. He needed to work on his insult. Or I've had too many flung at me from my brothers. Everything else just shed off my fur. He pulled as hard as he could, but my hand didn't move. I'm muscular. In my own right, I'm fairly strong, but I've received two gifts that make me even stronger. One of my dad and one my great uncle. Someone like this fox didn't stand a chance. Look, I told him, keeping my voice gentle. I know you're going through a rough patch right now. It's your job, right? He glared at me, confirming my suspicion. The economy wasn't doing great yet. So joblessness was an easy guess. I know this is going to sound trite from someone like me, but things will get better. In the meantime, don't take it out on her, or she might not be there anymore when you need her. Listen to me, you fucking asshole. Why don't you mind your fucking business? You were yelling at your wife in public, about to hit her. You made it my business. I turned to her. She was scared, more for him than herself. She was rational, so she saw the mass difference. Tiger versus fox, the math's easy. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise, but he has no business hurting you either. I'm guessing this has been going on for a while? She nodded. I'm not passing judgment, but is there somewhere you can go while he calms down? Family of your own in the area or a friend you trust? She nodded. You should go to them. When he's calm, have a discussion with an intermediary present. You two need to talk things over in a safe and neutral place. Don't you fucking leave, Maribel! Do you hear me? If you do, we'll track you down and I'm going to make you pay. She was afraid. I didn't say it, but at this point I figured she should get a divorce, move out of state, at least get a restraining order. It's your decision, Mirabelle, I told her. If you tell me you want to stay at the table with him, I'll leave. No, the word was soft, but she was even more afraid once she said it. I'll make sure he doesn't follow you. Do you have a car? Her eyes flicked to the fox's breast pocket. Of course, he'd be the one with the ignition code. Is it his car? She shook her head. I can tell when people lie most of the time. Only the good ones fool me. She was telling the truth, which meant I was simply giving her access to her own vehicle. Take out your phone. I pulled out mine and brought up the ignition override app I had. Adam, one of my dads, doesn't let us leave the house without it on our phone. I put a copy on her phone with a 48-hour delete delay. you'll be able to start the car, but you have 2 days to sync your phone and the ignition. It'll stop after that. Any respectable garage can do it for you. Just show them the registration in your name and ID. I pocketed my phone. She hesitated. I promise I won't hurt him. I'll simply make sure he stays here until you've left. What the two of you do after that, after this, is entirely up to you. She slipped out of the booth and whispered, "Thank you." Then she was outside. "I'm going to end you," the fox growled. "Do you have any idea who I am?" I smiled, as if this guy could pull the line off. My brothers were always saying it, and they did it way better. They had the family gravitas to go with it. I have no clue, and I don't care. In 30 minutes, I'm going to be out of here and never come back. If you want to cause a scene right here, you go right ahead, although I doubt the owner will appreciate it. The fox looked around and seemed to only now realize he was in a public space. Outside, a car started. I looked out the bay window to see the white fox driving away. I let go of this fox and stepped away. He looked like he'd start something right there. I told her I wouldn't hurt him, but if he tried anything, I was throwing him out. "This isn't over," the fox said. "Whatever you say." I turned my back to him and headed to the counter. And returned to the counter. He wouldn't attack me. It had nothing to do with me. He didn't want to do it in front of them. Some of the looks I got told me they figured I'd made a mistake. They didn't know me. I couldn't handle one fox, no matter how full of himself he was in this little piece of nowhere. The door opened and closed as I sat. Valerie's expression was a mix of admiration and worry. Do you have any idea who that was? I shook my head. After my family, I don't impress easily, so I can't say I care. Can I have another piece of pumpkin pie before I get back on the road? And another coffee? She brought both to me, but then avoided me as if I had something she could catch. I enjoyed the pie and coffee in silence, swiped my phone over the payment marker, and did a pit stop before heading out. The diner was perpendicular to the road, with the door facing the road and the parking on the side. As I turned the corner, the 2x4 happened. I was on my back, head ringing. Reflexively, I touched my forehead, trying to figure out what happened. My thinking was fried, but I wouldn't get a concussion. One of my gifts saw to that, but I still couldn't think straight. "How the fuck is he still conscious?" the fox said. I recognized the voice. "No idea." Another man, deeper. "I hit him pretty hard." "Clearly not hard enough." Oh, and I also didn't see the second time the 2x4 hit me coming. While I'm unconscious, let me give you something of a backstory. I was 4 years old when my fathers realized there was something wrong with me. I don't remember the incident, but I've had it recounted to me so many times with varying level of mockery, I can visualize it. We were spending the afternoon at Golden Gate Park, one of the rare times my family took a day off and just rested. We'd rented a large enough section no one would bother us. My brothers were playing in the grass and tussling. My fathers were enjoying themselves. I'm not going to give you any more details. If you know my family, you don't need them. If you don't know my family, you don't want them. I came out of a bush holding something in my hand, running, crying, and yelling for them to help it. I'd found an injured bird and wanted to save it. I needed to. I wouldn't shut up about it until Aaron took it off my hands and walked away with it. Adam said he was getting it help. When the story was first told to me, I was 8, and Aaron nearly spit his beer on hearing of that. He quickly corrected the story by telling me he'd broken the thing's neck and put it out of his misery. I remember that breakdown. By then, my emotional outburst didn't surprise them anymore, and I knew enough to try to control them. I was just too young to do it most of the time. I was 6 years old when I found out how worried my father were about my condition. It was late at night, well, late for a 6-year-old. I was thirsty and gotten out of the bed I shared with my brothers to get water. We were raised to be self-sufficient. I heard the voices coming from the kitchen. I knew I wouldn't get any water, but curiosity got the better of me, and I got close enough to peek in. All 7 of my fathers were there. You have to know them to understand how unusual that was. We all lived under the same roof back then, but it was a rare more than 2 of them would be there at the same time. Once we moved out, they sold the house and each of them went back to living on their own. About the only time they are in the same room, let alone the same building, is when there's a corporate meeting. So, yeah, there they were, drink in hand, and not one of them looking happy. Every time we let him go outside, Anakin said, we have to deal with one of those damn strays. Quick note, that wasn't the actual language my father used. I am toning it down to avoid offending you. My fathers are the epitome of foul language. Trust me on that. That's when he's not running off during an outing and spending his allowance on some poor kid who wants candy or a bike, Adam said. He lets everyone take advantage of him, Aaron said. We've got to do something about him. There's got to be a way to toughen it up. I think the others are already toughened on him as it is, Arnold said. Maybe he just doesn't fit in among us. Are you really talking about giving him up? Aiden asked. At that point, I was confused. I couldn't imagine who they were talking about. What could any of my brothers have done that had them talking like that? They were troublemakers, always tussling, running around, disobeying our fathers, but in spite of the screaming, they'd never given any indication they were contemplating getting rid of one of them. I don't know, Arnold said. We have to do something. I wish Midge was still with us. He's a little young for that treatment, Alex said. Maybe we just need to, I don't know, give him his own space? Not stress him out? Maybe set aside part of the house just for him? You mean ostracize him, Albert said. Call it what it is. That's not what I mean, and you know it, Alex replied. But the kid's wrong. Like I was wrong? The comment silenced all of them. It would be years until I understood why, and why Albert was defending, well, me. There's nothing wrong with Wyatt, Albert said. He's just different. He cries watching those cartoons, Aaron said. Do you guys seriously think his gift is going to be anything good? I say we dump him in the childcare system. There's got to... I can reconstruct the rest of what he said, but I didn't hear it. I just found out my fathers were going to get rid of me because there was something wrong with me. I didn't know what it was. I knew I wasn't as tough as my brothers. They could tussle for hours, end up bleeding, and just laugh. I never lasted that long, and I never laughed. I don't know if you can imagine what it does to a 6-year-old to find out he's unwanted because of a defect. I have problems, and a lot of them can be traced back to that conversation. Obviously, they never got rid of me, but I spent the next 6 or 7 years burying my emotions, trying to be the son I thought they wanted. Albert did his best to get me to come out of my emotional shell, but he's not emotionally equipped to connect with someone like me. None of them are. Okay, another aside before you get any idea. My fathers love me. I know it without a doubt. The irony of my situation is that while they don't get me, I get them perfectly. As you saw, I'm good at reading people, and that extends to my fathers. So when I say I know they love me, I'm not hoping. I know. But they've never said it. To me, to my brothers, or one another. I've only heard one word, the word love mentioned in relationship to one person, Arthur, my dead father. And to this day, I haven't been able to get the story out of anyone. Now, I can tell they love me by the things they do. Like how Aaron will walk away from me anytime I do something that pisses him off. It's that or hit me. No, he isn't abusive. My other brothers will hit him back. To be fair, I can hit him back too, but he knows how I hate fighting, so he walks away. Aiden will sing with me. Adam built my bike. Arnold taught me how to fight. Each one has his way of showing me he loves me, but that doesn't make our relationship any easier. It wasn't until Uncle Paul entered the picture that I found someone to connect with. He's not my uncle. He's my father's cousin, Dietrich's sons. The one advantage he had over all of them is that he wasn't raised by Dietrich. Paul was raised apart from any of them. So his upbringing's normal. Spending time with him allowed me to understand that emotions weren't a bad thing. That caring for other people wasn't a weakness, no matter what my fathers thought. They're trying to change. Alex took me aside after, well, I'm going to call it our ceremony of adulthood and leave it at that. He told me about how they were raised, the kind of abuse they suffered at the hand of their fathers, they had to, and how they promised each other we'd never be treated like that. I scared the shit out of him when I hugged him and cried for him, for the pain he and the rest of my fathers had endured. So, yes, my fathers are not perfect, but they try their best, and I love them for that. I just can't stand them for very long. Looks like I'm about to wake up, so we'll pick this up later. So that was the start, and it was just, the plan was for all of it to just be kind of like this. Vignettes. And, I knew that each vignette would be a couple of chapters, a few chapters. The next chapter, deals with that, and then it moves to something else. Like, there was a through line of sort, but, because it's Wyatt traveling places, and each chapter, previous part, would sort of hint as to why he's going, hint or set up why he's going to the next place. But there was literally no plan to have a solid story. And somewhere along the way, that's way before that. Around at level 12 is where an actual story starts. And I'm kind of stuck on it because, I'm stuck on it. This is a story I get back to every so often. I've got one chapter I can't write because there's a song in it, and I need the whole song, and I can't write songs to save my life. And it's a sort of a specific song, so until I have that, I won't be able to finish the chapter. And for a while, it blocked me until I realized that I can keep writing the story without having the song itself. But yeah, this. Yeah. 46K words isn't a firm plot, even in your head, just a human going to school. That's fine. There is nothing wrong with that. Again, unless you're under a contract, absolutely nothing wrong with that. Have fun with it. And odds are, at some point, you might find a story. A story might find itself, might insert itself in there. Cool. Yeah, one aspect of not having Stream Reader I'm realizing is gonna be iffy for me is the fact that it had become something that kept me here. Because, I would run the battle, then I had to be here for half an hour until it ran. So it was a way to keep myself at the computer. Without that, I suspect there's going to be times where I'll be done with my writing, and it'll be interesting. Like if especially when the chat is quiet. Main character of that book is reading down the list of things that tropes do to show affection, and his trope girlfriend looks at him funny because he is comparing him to other humans. If you wanted to add drama, you could definitely use that. But again, like, you don't need to. And I can pretty much guarantee that if you were to find the right corner of the internet, you would find people who like the story specifically as it is, without a plot. She sees him looking at it. Furries like furry stings. Yeah, that's part of what makes them furry. Yeah, I figured. That's part of what makes them furry. We find furry appealing. But yeah, there's people who will like this story as it is without needing a plot. It's a question of finding that place. I don't know if you're on Wattpad or Scribble Hub or Royal Road or any of those places, but those are the kind of places where something like that can be posted. I'm not saying you'll have millions of readers, but you can post that and see what happens. Most popular. I have no idea what Zodiac Academy is, so. I mean, if there's explicit sex in it right then and there, you've got a market. That's the thing. Like, porn sells. It's a bully romance. Okay. Not for me. Definitely not for me. Alrighty, I am going to bring the stream to an end. With a raid. For the month, most raids will be relating to Game of Tome. Because it's it's a tourney. So, alrighty, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be playing. I'll be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon, The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.